Okay, then. So, yes, I have done it again. I managed to think it was Wednesday on a Tuesday. Hey, Dex. Yeah, this is actually my second Stationeers episode this week because, as I was just saying, I have managed to convince myself that Tuesday was Wednesday for the second time since I started doing this series. There's a somewhat logical reason for it. It's a third shift household that we live in here. And if you never worked third shift, you may not know, but in a lot of places, third shift is actually the first shift of the day. So Monday for third shift starts Sunday night.
Hydration critical.
This is why I'm streaming weekdays, but I stream Sunday through Thursday. Because third shift household. So yeah. So bonus episode today. If you missed last night's episode, it will be on YouTube soon-ish. I had to download it and splice it together because there was a bit of a hiccup in it. Yeah, this is coming along. Last night's episode, we did the storage system for our ingots and stuff. Really big build. But we'll go take a look at that here in a minute. Oh yeah. So I don't know if you were here last week, Dax, but we moved the deep miner over here and set up a more permanent arrangement with some silos for storage buffers. It's an IC10 to control it. If the silo for the dirty ore gets almost full, turns off the drill until it's almost empty, and then turns it back on. And we're automating the arc furnace so that it can smelt what comes out of there. And this sorter here picks out things that we don't smelt, like uranium, cobalt, and coal. But all of that either gets smelted or doesn't as needed. And it comes down to the storage facility down here that we built last night. And this is only half of it. But it's got our iron and, let's see, copper. Oh, which we just got our first stack of 50 copper ingots. Nickel, silver, gold. What are you? You are lead. Silicon, coal. This will be cobalt. Uranium. And then I've also got an flow. This is where anything that's not handled by those gets sent out there, because there's going to be a mirrored version of this for the other ingots on the other side. And then there's also this overflow here. So the plan is to do another 10 storage units like this, silos and vending machines for alloys and super alloys. And then eventually this will all be connected to a system where we can request like a stack from this. Each of these has a stacker so that it only sends in items once there's 50. So there's 100 slots in the vending machine and 600 in each silo. So that's 700 slots of 50 each. Although I thought I had more uranium. I don't know why there's no uranium in this. I guess there's only the 36. Well, that's alright. We don't need that anyway. Eventually we'll have to figure out something to do with it. But unfortunately, this facility uses a lot of power, and it's not even finished. So I think the first thing we're going to do tonight is we're going to get more solar power going. Let's go swap our tanks. I think we'll drop another 2 rows. Yeah, it seems like no matter, like your power needs always grow so fast. There's more efficient ways to do things, of course. But while a certain amount of efficiency is good design, at some point you have to be able to say, look, you know, I need overhead, I need extra power that I'm going to need, because you never know when you're going to need more power for, you know, extended period, or suddenly need to build something that you haven't before. Let's see, let's do 10, right? Yeah, 10 in a row. So I think we're going to try to do, I might just try to do another and just double my power production. That's going to require a lot of copper. A lot of steel too. I'm going to need more steel, more copper, more gold. Well, let's start by finding a bunch of gold. And then maybe copper. Oh yeah. Yeah, that kind of happened yesterday. I was wrapping up the stream, and I happened to go by and noticed that my atmospherics plant, everything was offline. But I had some coal near my solar panels, and my solid generator is hooked up over there, so I ran a stack of coal through that, and that should buy me enough time. It'll be all sorted out soon. Yep. It's definitely a good idea to keep some handy. It wouldn't be a bad idea to set up an automated system to maybe fire up a solid generator if your batteries get below a certain amount. But then you also need to have some sort of means of knowing that it's taking place. Because just if it silently sits there and uses up all the coal that you have stored up, then you're still back at square one. So you would definitely want to integrate some sort of alarm system or flashing lights or something. A bit of a funny story of just how stupid I can be. I didn't just mistake yesterday for Wednesday and do the Wednesday night stream on Tuesday night. I had to download it and splice the two pieces together because the stream dropped out for just a hiccup, but Twitch thought it was two separate VODs, so I couldn't just export straight to YouTube. It's okay. Download those. Put them in my editing software, clean things up, splice it together. Go to render the video, it won't render, and I'm getting this cryptic error message that, to be fair to me, the error message was cryptic, it wasn't useful. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe I've got corrupt source files. So I delete the files, go to re-download the two VODs. This is, over 6 hours worth of video I'm downloading from Twitch. And about that time I realize, I need to set up the thumbnail for the YouTube video as well. So I do the thumbnail and I try to move a screenshot that I'm using for my thumbnail background to that drive, and I can't move it because that drive is completely full. Oh, maybe that's why the video wouldn't render. But by this point I've already deleted the source files for the video and had to re-download them. But it gets better. I wait for hours for this new video to render. Finally get it done. Go to YouTube to upload it. Got the upload started. It's 18 gigs. It's going to take a little while, but it's doing its thing. But I don't want to run out of space on that hard drive again. So I do the smart thing. I don't want to forget to delete that file that I no longer need. The video file, the 18 gig file that I'm currently uploading to YouTube. Don't want to forget to delete that. So let's go ahead and delete that while it's uploading to YouTube. And no, I didn't just delete it. We can't just pull that out of the recycle bin. No, I wanted to make sure that I was freeing up the hard drive space. So I did the old shift delete on it. It's not in the recycle bin, it's gone. So then I get to render it again for another 3 hours. So that's why that's not been uploaded yet. Because it rendered today when I finally was like, okay, I gotta go to bed, I can't stay up anymore. So I rendered it for the second time while I was sleeping, and after tonight's episode I'll upload it. Yeah, I'm telling you, I felt like there are no bad ideas on my brain, because bad ideas can't stick to my brain because it's smooth. It's slick. There are no wrinkles on this brain. No ideas can stick at all. It's sort of funny, because during last night's episode I was talking about like some of the dumb things that I do in this. And I attribute some of it to just being kind of goofy and tired and old. But some of it's also streamer brain. Like, streamer brain is a real thing where you just, there's something about doing something live with other people watching or potentially watching, even if there's nobody watching. It just sometimes makes you kind of stupid. It's just a thing that happens. And of course, people that watched my previous Let's Play, the one that was just done for YouTube, and all those episodes were planned out in advance, and that was part of the reason why I got burned out with it, because I couldn't keep up with having to put so many hours into it. But that's part of the reason why it, everything went off a little better. There was less mistakes made in that, because by the time the YouTube finished version was uploaded, it was the third time I had done that project. Everything was figured out at that point. And this is all, live and unedited and warts and all, which is fun. I mean, that's the way we all play the game. Like something artificial on YouTube that's been practiced 3 times. It might be more useful in an academical sense, but it's not a real Let's Play if it's not really us playing. Yeah, that's part of it. Like, I try to keep track of the chat and things like that, which last night I was streaming for like an hour and a half, and I'm like, man, it's kind of quiet tonight. Nobody's here. Part of it that I didn't realize until this morning was that that's because it was Tuesday, not Wednesday, so the usual Stationeers crowd wasn't here. But also, on top of that, I had forgotten to start Chatty, which when you have a chat message pop up and you hear that ding, that's what that is. And the only reason I use Chatty is just so that it can give me that audible notification. That way I don't miss chat messages. But for like the first hour and a half of yesterday's stream, I was like, man, it's awful quiet. And then I was like, oh, wait, people have been in the chat. I just don't have Chatty running. And again, I'm also 5-6 weeks into quitting smoking, and like I was already dumb, but nicotine is a synapse enhancer, and I'm definitely missing it. It'd be nice if they did, but of course it's like I'll have Twitch, like the streamer dashboard, up on my laptop, which is a different computer here beside me. But I'm not actually like logged into Twitch directly, so I'm just using OBS, and OBS has permissions to upload to Twitch on my stream. And OBS has like access to the chat as well, but it doesn't have an audible notification. And some people don't like having the ding or whatever, or any kind of sound effect, and there's ways to set it up where I would hear it and the viewers wouldn't, but I don't mind people hearing it. And I don't think my viewers mind it. Especially if it's, like in the case of something like Stationeers, where a lot of people who watch the stream or watch it on YouTube are people who are playing their own Stationeers game, and this is just on in the background. And if there's a lot of dinging going on, then they know that, hey, there's something active going on in chat, versus like me just sitting here talking to myself. So it might be worth paying more attention to. I think so. I have a vape. It's a what are you? You are an Anakin MVP5, and the tank is can't remember now, but it's Also Anakin uses the Z coils. This is the best vape, the closest to matching what analog cigarettes do of any I've had. But it's still not quite there. Still not quite meeting that habit need. But it's pretty close. And not gonna lie, I have my mother still vapes, and I visit her frequently, and or not vapes, smokes, and so I go over there and I'll have like one. So in the past 6 weeks or so, I've probably had less than 10 cigarettes. This is just juice at this point. Which way is the house? I think it's 12 mil. Oh, wait. This is 6 milligram. I kind of think I should probably be a little stronger, but how did I manage to wander so far? This is stupid. Alright, we're gonna go toward the earth for a little bit. See if we see the base. Alright, so now we're gonna go away from the earth for a little bit. Oh, I think I see it. Yeah, there it is. I have a feeling though, because I'll sit here and just not think about it and not touch the vape. I think once I finally get off of the urge entirely, I think eventually I will stop using the vape just on its own. One day I'll realize, I haven't touched my vape in like 2 days. Huh. I don't know that that's how it'll go down, but I have a feeling that once I'm done with the need for the vape, it will gradually just sort of, taper off. Why could I not pick that up? Okay, there it is. That battery was doing weird stuff. Yeah, I'll hit the vape over and over again sometimes for 2 or 3 minutes, but then sometimes it'll just sit here on my desk for hours and I won't touch it. And it's weird too, like sometimes I really crave a cigarette. Like right now, I really want a cigarette right now. But sometimes I'm fine. Which is strange. I don't expect to be fine, Well, this thing needs more CO2 than that. I'm probably going to need to get some kind of proper greenhouse going before too long. think this is probably hot enough to melt this gold. Yeah, I'm gonna widen this. I'm tired of dancing on the edge of that. What was the last thing you remember seeing in the base build decks? I should probably check my power situation too. So that's my atmospherics plant battery, and that's not great. Have batteries, good. All of my overflow batteries are empty. Just run another stack of coal through the generator. Probably, yeah, it was probably me fighting with this ice situation, which I still haven't really sorted out. I think it's ultimately going to come down to handling each ice differently because, like the water, I have to do it a certain way, and then volatiles I'll probably have to do a certain way to carefully heat them without getting them too hot or letting them have any chance of mixing with oxygen, because that would be really bad. But if I can, I don't know, I want to set up a system where I can send massive amounts of ice, like if I have a mining rocket come back with a load of ice. I want to be able to just automatically process all that. Oh, all right. Why is the pressure still climbing when the input's 20 liters, the output's 100? Weird. Yep, that's probably what I'm going to do too, is the heat exchangers, because every time I tried to use the pipe heater, it would just burn out my wires. It's just pulling too much juice in it. That's not really reliable. Especially because I like to run my wires underneath frames and stuff. And having to tear out the floor to fix a burned wire is not ideal. Yeah, and the heat exchangers work really great. I mean, that's what I'm using here to reheat these gases. Then, like, I can put, you know, 0 Celsius oxygen in this tank, and it'll be at 20 degrees in no time. The only thing that's slow with the heat exchangers, and this is really just a minor thing, is I connected all three of these because the CO2 and the nitrogen and the oxygen, I want them all at the same temperature. So they have these two heat exchangers that allow them to all equalize in temperature, and that system is a little bit slow. It'll get within a degree or so quickly, but then that last tenth of a degree, it takes it a while to figure it out. And they're all basically set up the same too, like they're all set connected to the hot waste so that they all get to around 20 degrees pretty quickly. But because they have different amounts in their tanks, it can take different amounts of time for them to come to temperature. But then they all equalize together, so it works out. Well, that didn't work. Guess it's just not hot enough. It's okay. I wouldn't mind putting this in there, but nah. We'll hang on to it. Gotta make a bunch of steel anyway. Yeah. I did my this little system here. I don't know if you've seen this one, but what this does is it takes it's controlled by that IC10 back there. It takes I think 1 megapascal or something like that into this tank from the hot waste storage, and it'll fill this tank to whatever it is. I think it's 1 megapascal, but I don't remember for sure. And then it shuts off that valve, opens the cooling loop valve to the radiators, cools it all down, and then shuts that valve and puts it into the regular waste once it's cooled off. That way we can be able to use the stuff that's in here. But the problem I had was that this automated system was nibbling away at the hot waste, and I wasn't actually producing enough hot waste, so which I need. I need the hot waste to get my water to the right temperature and my O2 and everything else. So I've got this turned off for now. All right, so if we're going to do 20 of these, we're going to need 100 gold. I think we got that covered. And we're going to need 200 copper for 10, so 400 copper. Let's go find 400 copper. Hold there. It's nickel. Here's some copper. I don't know if I explained it or not, but my storage system that I built last night with all those vending machines and stackers and sorters and silos, that's doing stacks of 50, 50 on all of the ingots or ores. That seems like a good reasonable amount to stack to, and that way it's a known amount in each stack. But it does have the downside that if I've got less than 50 of some particular material, then it won't even be in vending machine. But hopefully I will have enough material of all sorts that I won't have that problem eventually. And I can set it up to check the stacker and see, well, okay, there's nothing in the vending machine, nothing in the silo, but what's in the stacker? There might be, 23 iron in the stacker and nothing in the silo and nothing in the vending machine. We can get an accurate total if we query the stacker and see what's in it. If we decide we need that level of fidelity. And yeah, that's another thing too. It's like, okay, well, I need that, so send me that. And I don't know what my request system might end up looking like. So, but at least this way I know that I can say, all right, if I need, 200, okay, send me 4 stacks. Because I know that they're all consistently 50 quantity stacks. Where is all my copper? Okay, there's the base. Let's keep an eye on where that's at. Here's some more. Kind of feel like I'm going to want a mining rocket soon. I had thought that the rockets were not necessarily working correctly, but I've been seeing posts online from people saying that they've been building working mining rockets, so I'm guessing that they are working. I had thought that the devs were working on fixing something with them, but I didn't know what was broken. But apparently they are working, so... we may do a mining rocket build soonish. I guess we'll go down here and get this copper. I haven't used a mining rocket in probably 3 years, 2 years. My previous Let's Play series, the one that I was doing just on YouTube, that one, I didn't even get that far. It was kind of in the preparatory stages. In fact, the storage system that I built in last night's stream was something that I had kind of envisioned for the previous build. But I hadn't quite got to the point where I was ready for bulk ores. So it might be worthwhile to just hold off on the rocket thing for now. Worst case scenario, I could drop some more deep miners and more centrifuges. Oh, hey, look at there. You're full up on copper. There, we've got a couple more stacks in here. Or do they have any kind of ETA on when the new rocket systems are going to be implemented and done? So I don't really want to delve into, like, you know, a complex system of, you know, rockets or whatever, and then, you know, a month later I have to go back and completely rework it. Yeah, so no real way to know what to expect on that front, I guess. If I have time to smelt up all this copper before dehydration kills me. Really? They took that out? The last time I messed with rockets was playing a co-op game with a friend of mine, Kirnak, who you've probably seen here in the chat. Or you see me play Hunt with him or something, maybe. But we built a base on Mars, and then we were like, okay, well, we pretty much hit all our goals here. Let's try out this rocket and go to Europa. And that's what we did. And we built the rocket. This was 4 years ago. Built the rocket, set it for Europa, fueled it, took off. And it was cool because we could decide what stuff we took with us instead of having whatever default starting gear was. So is that just not functional right now, or is it broken somehow? Yeah, this was just like I said. This was like 4 years ago or something, though. Like this isn't a recent thing. We were able to do the travel from one planet to another thing with the rocket a long time ago. I do remember that they were very particular about they had to have exactly the right fuel mix and so on. The guy's getting a little pissy about being thirsty. All right, all right. Huff and puff. See, I think that's really cool. The fact that I can open my airlock, but the airlock charges the airlock chamber to 100 megapascals, or kilopascals, sorry. The actual atmosphere in here, though, is only around 54. So when the airlock opens, it's a high pressure area dropping into a low pressure area, and it condenses gases out of the air and creates a fog effect. That's just really cool. Like, I like the phase change update, but man, it has complicated things a lot. We could trigger that on command too, I guess. Like, we can watch it do that. I didn't do it. Oh, okay then. Yeah, it has very much added complexity to the game. But the complexity is why we're here, right? That's what we like. I mean, if we didn't want to face these challenges, we would play Space Engineers, which is a perfectly fine game, and I love Space Engineers, but it does not do what this does, and it doesn't scratch the same itch that this scratches. Alright, so now we need to make a bunch of steel. I need like 300 steel. I would love to see some of the stuff that you can do in Empyrean and Space Engineers integrated with some of what's in this. Alright, let's find iron and coal. We need at least 300 steel. Like, I really wish that automation in Space Engineers was as powerful as it is in this. I think that's one big thing, is mainly just the automation that you can do in this is so amazing, and the way you can, you know, interface with all the different devices. Like, I love the ships and Space Engineers and stuff like that, but and base building is good in that. But Space Engineers just can't hold a candle to Stationeers as far as like the hard science issues, things like atmospherics and automation and the way things interact. Like the way their ships are pressurized is just kind of hacky. It's arcadey, and that's okay because they don't want it to be necessarily super sciencey. So that's all right. But I wish that Space Engineers had the level of automation that you have in this. And it has some pretty cool stuff in it, but it doesn't have, like, MIPS. I guess I'm just trying to get chocolate in my peanut butter. Or is it peanut butter and not chocolate? And then, you know, like on an intellectual level, I of course recognize that there are two different games. They have two different design principles and different goals from their developers. That's fine. It's not really a complaint. It's just every time I play Space Engineers, I'm like, man, I wish I could really actually automate this stuff. And when I play this, I'm like, man, it'd be cool if I could build like a ship, like a mining ship. Hell yeah. And also, like, the physics and Space Engineers are they are, well, they are Space Engineers physics. Alright, I think I have too much iron here. Well, yeah. I'm a big fan of eating my cake while maintaining my possession of my cake. All right, that's all of the space I have. Yes, that is too much iron. Let's see if we can get out of the hole. Let's take two of these stacks of iron and put them somewhere out of the way. Maybe in this big white box here.
Waste tank caution.
So let's go get a few stacks of coal, and we'll be good. Let's swap these tanks out. We'll mine on down here and grab some of this here coal. Might grab a couple of extra stacks too, because we've been feeding it to the generator to keep the lights on. Guess we'll go down here. Silver. That's nice. Okay. The sensor glasses are really nice, but some of this stuff, like the coal, is really hard to see. It's just not enough contrast. But they are better than the lack of sensor glasses entirely. This hard suit jetpack is so much nicer than the old one. Let's go ahead and put a couple of these stacks of coal away. Oh, no, no. It's alright. I can splatter myself just fine with the rest where it is. Alright, we're just gonna go ahead and make... Let's see, well, we need the 300. And if we have exactly 300, then we don't have to babysit that. We can just build the solar panels. So, to make 300, I need... Oh, that's not gonna work. Well, maybe. We'll just start by making 200. Okay, yeah. Is that so slowly climbing? There's your 200 steel.
Hydration critical.
Alright, 300 steel. That's exactly what we need to do 20 solar panels. So we're going to go ahead and get that going. Let's go ahead and grab us some hydration. I left the fridge standing open. What am I, a friggin' teenager? Oh, whoops. I still don't know how this window got damaged. It's a little frustrating. Let's go make some more steel. Because we always need more steel. Calm down. Calm down. Get some more of these ready because I know I'm going to need them. I think we can just put the rest of this stuff in there now. A little less sketchy. There we go. Another 500 grams of steel. Any glass sheets too. How did I manage to screw that up instantly? What the f... Why are you turned? All right. Go get more silicon too soon. Let's start with some cable coils. We'll go down here and check my storage and see what I've got for silicon. Wait, what? What are these doing here? Why are those coming out of the overflow? Oh, what? What the hell is going on here? Just not connected somehow? Okay, there's just something glitchy about these chutes. It just says it's full, it's not full. Are any of the others like that? Doesn't look like it. That was weird. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab a couple stacks of the silicon. Okay, I know that there's at least 2 stacks in there. Oh, this thing is working again. I don't understand that. And the gold one did that too. the hell? Oh, wait a minute.
Hydration critical.
How did that look like it didn't have power? Hello, hello. So that's some weirdness. I don't know what's going on there. I wonder if this is a power issue. But like all of this. See how this seems powered, but that's not working. And now it is. But it still says it's full. Maybe. I'm not sure what's going on here. We may not have enough power supply to this stuff. I don't know though. That's hard to tell. Is that locked? Well, it shouldn't matter because the silo is not accepting. So like this is, I send a stack into the stacker, it gets to 50, it comes out, and then it immediately goes to the overflow on the chute. Like I said it like that, and then let's just try that partial. See, it immediately goes to full, even though it was just 9. Yeah, I think it's the silo, but I don't know how. Those should probably come straight back to me. And the gold silo's doing the same thing. That's why there's a gold ingot here too. Yeah, they're immediately going into overflow. I don't know. Let's go hydrate, and then we will check on that again, I guess. Oh, I forgot to turn this off. That ought to be enough cable for a while. And I need some heavy cable too. I got distracted by that whatever's going on in the storage system and forgot to come back and turn off the cable protection. Yeah, I think I'm good on cable for now. Gonna need to run and get some more copper, I guess. Well, I don't know, how much did I have in here? Yeah, I've got enough for now. Guess I should go ahead and finish this up. Alright, it's all at 270. Terraforming mod? So what does that do? Oh, yeah, I remember hearing about that. Maybe from you, actually. a couple of weeks ago. So I'm gonna need another stack or two of heavy cable. Yeah, but then I'll have to split my gold and copper as well. Which I mean, I could do. It's just I'm lazy. Yeah. Yeah, they're all controlled from the patch writer. Just this stuff right here. It should be good. And that will double our power production. Nice. Now I guess we need to figure out what's going on down here. It might be a power thing, but I don't know. So this is the gold silo. It was doing the same thing that the silicon one was. Yeah, see? It says it's overflow. Yeah, these are all because it's the moon. I'm just using single axis. let's do an experiment. I'll grab an iron, run it through, and see if it goes to overflow. No, it did not. So it's something to do with gold and silicon. And what's strange is that they did work because there's a stack of gold in this one already. At least 2 stacks of gold, I think. Oh yeah, I meant to check that. They have, so if the silo is full, it should go to the overflow. So that's what's going on here. So this is my gold stacker. And it says it's full. And then this one over here is the silicon one. And again, it says it's full. There's nothing in the import slot. I can't get down there, but there's nothing in the silo. So if I don't do an overflow, just do a regular chute, there's nothing in the vending machine. But when I put this 50 silicon in, that should come out.
Hydration critical.
And there it is. Well, the silo is showing 0 of 600. There's the overflow. Let's get the other stack of silicon. Then it goes to overflow again. I don't know. Like, it could be a glitch, but what really doesn't make any sense is that all the other ones are the exact same setup. So why does that one do that? That one and the gold one. And it's, I don't know, it's strange. It's just those. Angel, all the stacks are 50. Stackers are set to 50. Yeah, well, 50 ingots or 50 ore, depending. So, like, so this is the uranium. So when I get 50 uranium ore, it should go here. This is the cobalt, so again, 50 cobalt ore. But the other stuff is actually getting smelted first and then stored. But everything's working, and when I came over here earlier, I had silicon and gold in the vending machines, which means that it did allow some through. And then at some later point, it just stopped working. So the question is it a power issue? But if it's a power issue, why would it do that? Let's... Okay, I tested the iron and it worked, right? Yeah, the iron goes through no problem. So the iron's not bugged. Now, what if I turn that off? It still accepts the stuff. Weird. Let's power cycle these and see if that helps. Yeah, I did have... Oh, well. I was confused about it, but now I know why. Because I forced it to allow them through.
Waste tank caution.
Yep. It's still not working. Okay. I need to step away for just a moment. I will be right back.
Oh, okay. I just found out something.
What's that?
You can share.
That hit. I'm coming. He's hiding right behind that motherfucker.
He healed?
He just healed. Yep. I'm gonna look. Yeah, there he is.
Got him.
Nice. Nice.
Oh, you fuck. Get fucked. They're getting ready to rush that front door.
I got bomb lanced.
Okay. We are back. Sort of laggy there. It's been a long running problem. Don't know why. Okay. Not ideal. I wish they would quit rolling underneath my tanks. Well, we're starting to get some power storage here. Let's call it 500 watts. So that's 5,000. 10, 15. So we got 20 kilowatts. That's pretty good. Well, at peak production, 20 kilowatts. So I do wonder about this chute, though. I don't understand why these chutes are setting to overflow. Let's do a quick Google on that. I'm Googling the problem with this overflow chute. There was a hotfix August 22nd. Well, I'm not seeing the same post that I saw on Google. So this is something from back in March, actually. Looks like it's buried in amongst a whole bunch of patch notes from an update in March 15th or something. Something about fixing overflow chutes so that they would overflow properly, but don't think that makes sense here. I'm not sure what's going on here, but it is frustrating. We've got plenty of battery power here, so I don't think it's a power issue. And it did work some because we'd had materials get through into these vending machines. Which means that it was working and then it quit working. That doesn't make any sense at all. We're going to try it one more time. Nope, still doing it. Alright, we're just gonna go straight through. We're not gonna do a overflow for these two. And for now, that should fix it. That's it's rather frustrating. Yeah, it's a very odd bug. I don't know what's going on, but it's got to be a bug. Because again, it worked properly and then stopped working. Yeah. Unless it's a power related issue, but that battery that's supplying that is completely full, so. I think I need to get some flooring grates for up here though. That's 60 of those I need. Which means I need 60 iron. Yeah, we'll just let them go. Yeah, I thought about doing that, but it's like I've had that happen with like say like an airlock board or a console board, where like the board itself would get bugged and you'd have to ditch it and get a new one. But yeah, I don't know if that's what's going on there or not. I guess we'll let this go for a little bit. We'll go swap those out with fresh shoots, and we'll try and reset them and see if we end up with stuff going through the overflow again. So I've got some shoots right here. going to drop these chutes here. Those are the ones that we took out. That's pretty good. So what do we want to do next? We've got our storage theoretically working. At least for the stuff that we have right now. I want to expand that so that we have storage for alloys and super alloys. I don't think we're ready for that yet. Oh, I know one thing I want to do. I want to add another manual input into that system. Which I think we can do right. I need to get a powered chute. I guess we'll take those potentially broken chutes and use them for chutes. They seem to work fine for that.
Hydration critical.
Oh, damn it. Come on. Yes, that'll do. Then we go to hydrate again. Okay, so our advanced furnace, this is just a temporary build over here. But it's going to be powered not by fuel directly, but by just inputting hot gas or cold gas to adjust the temperature and pressure to make what we want. So, this is going to be our materials processing building. One of the things we're going to need is they're going to need that hot gas. So let's make a hot gas generator. We want to do that kind of near the fuel system here. I think we want to go up more set of frames. I don't have orange paint. And I'm using the orange for the fuel color in my color code. Anybody who's wondering what color code I'm using, it's the color coding It's a Steam guide for Stationeers by The Kilroy. There's a link in my chat. But that's the color code that I've been using. And of course, there are some places where I make exceptions. So orange is the fuel color, red is for volatiles. But with the advanced furnace, I use hot, cold, and waste tanks. The cold is usually blue and the hot side is usually red, so it does deviate from my normal color coding. We are going to need a furnace. Well, before we do that, let's get us an IC10 because we're going to control it with an IC10. Housing. I think we're going to need a couple of consoles too. I think we're just going to make this hot gas production a independent system. I think I had a console over here already. I do have one. Gas display cards. And I need the orange paint too. Which means I need to come up with some iron. You know, the orange is the default color. So let's just make some more pipe, because I'm going to need more pipe. I don't have any hastily. Wonder why not. I might give this hot gas generator its own APC as well. Yeah, maybe not. It's going to be a pretty basic system. I don't need the stacker here anymore. Let's see. Put the hot waste wherever we want it, or the hot gas rather, wherever we want it. I think it might be a good idea to put it up here, like on the roof. We can pipe it wherever we need it. And if we have it here, it's near the fuel, and it's gonna be near to the hot waste line, which we can use the hot gas production to give us a little hot waste if we need it. I don't know if I fixed the chutes or not, Angel. Let's look at them. So I swapped out those chutes for other chutes in case they were bugged themselves. But I don't know if they've had a chance to push through. Okay, that one's not showing as an overflow yet. And that one is not either. Okay, it's 20 in the stacker. The gold stacker has 32 in it. I could, of course, test them. So both of these have other stacks in them. I have a feeling that they're still broken. Oh yeah, yep. Yep, both of them are still showing as overflow. So for now, we're just going to just run them through a straight chute. Powered chute, yeah, probably could. Do the powered chutes, do they have an overflow version too? I don't know why they wouldn't. Working. And it's just those two. It's just the gold and the silicon one.
Hydration critical.
So this doesn't have an overflow. Yeah, digital valve left and right. Which I just think is just an on-off switch, basically. A flip-flop splitter. Okay, so it looks like you can have a splitter that will alternate, or you can have a chute end, which is the manual input, or a valve, which is basically just an on or off. Try not putting the overflow chute against the silo. Unfortunately, I don't have anywhere else to put it. because that's the stacker, and then there's just two curve shoots. So it's like they come out of the sorter. There's a single corner chute that goes into the stacker, and then corner chutes to bring it up one, and then there's just the one space. And again, all these others are working, and in fact, the gold and silicon systems were working too at some point, but they're not. So I've just got them as just straight chutes for now. And I mean, okay, we're talking about like an overflow scenario. I mean, I'll have 700 stacks of 50 silicon each, or 700 stacks of 50 gold each. So it's not really going to be a big problem that this overflow's not working right now. It'll be something that they will fix. It might be a known bug. Because none of these others are doing that. Of course, now granted, the uranium and cobalt don't have stacks of 50 built up yet. Which is kind of surprising because I thought I had that much just in the hole outside, but anyway. We'll just let those go for now. Yeah, it's very strange. It's strange that the others are all working. And it's just those two, and it's also strange the way those two worked before at some point because there were stacks in the vending machines. So they had worked and then stopped working. Wish that handle was a little easier to hit. Yeah, I think once I get my advanced furnace set up going over here, it's probably going to do the same thing. And I may actually set it up so that I can pull, say if I wanted to make steel, I could pull 50 coal out of the storage down there and 150 iron and then make 200 steel and then send the steel to storage and the steel downstairs. Ultimately. Because as it stands right now, all of my ore is being automatically processed and stored, so it shouldn't be a problem to request, 75 of that or whatever, 50 gold and 50 silver so that I can make some electrum. And then make it in the furnace and then send it downstairs and store it in the electrum storage. Or what have you. Alright, so let's think of this through. Where's my furnace? Uh-oh. Thought I told us to make a furnace. Did I build the furnace that I was going to use? See, this is what I was talking about earlier. Dreamer brain. I guess I never built the thing. And I don't want to tear this one down because this one's really convenient for when I want to replenish my hot waste. But eventually that's going to be replenished from over there, right? So I don't think I've got a furnace in here. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and do it. And build another furnace. Yeah, it's always something. It's like I'm halfway through building something, and then it's like, oh, I need to go drink water. So I go drink water, and then completely forget whatever it is I was doing. Or have some weird bug, like the thing with the chutes. Like, that's what happened, right? Angel asked about the chutes, so I went to go look at the chutes and see if that had fixed it, to test it. And it didn't fix it. So now we have a conversation about how weird it is that it doesn't work. And then I go drink water. And then I'm just like, what was I doing? Oh, that's right. I was going to build a furnace. But did I already build the furnace? I don't want to build an extra furnace. It does help to be a little bit crazy when you play this, though. Absolutely. All right, so the furnace and tank are going to be somewhere in this area up here. And that's where we're going to store our hot gas for the advanced furnace. The display to show how much temperature and pressure we're holding in that tank, that needs to be somewhere close to where furnace is going to be controlled from. And I don't think this corner is going to be big enough. Because if I don't have a door here and a door here, like I could have my control panels to show my furnace tanks, you know, the hot tank, the cold tank, the waste tank, what pressures they're at. But then I don't have like enough space for other controls. So I think maybe we'll do it here because we have an indeterminate amount of wall that's going this way. But we know this wall's going to extend further this way. So this might be where we do our advanced furnace controls. So maybe we'll start with this wall, and that's where we'll display our tank pressure and temperature. Now, of course, this will later be confusing because the tank will be named the same thing, but it is what it is. I think we're going to put this tank on the roof. Maybe over here. Put it on the edge of the roof. Yeah, we're just going to put it there above that. And it's painted red even though it's not really, because red is supposed to be my volatiles color, but we're breaking the color conventions for this system, as mentioned earlier. They can't stop me. I mean, they don't want to, but if they wanted to, I would say, no, you can't stop me. This is my Stationeers. just had a exception. Great. And this furnace is going to go in here. Doesn't need to go far. That needs iron sheets. Four iron sheets. Also going to need some pumps and whatnot. And I don't think I have any over here, do I? Nope. I'm gonna need pressure regulator and a volume pump. This is not really efficient, but it's just, it is what it is. In fact, I think I'm going to go ahead and make a few of these, because I will need more later, I'm sure. I think we're going to let those go to seed.
Air tank low.
That should be okay, because that's going to be inside a wall. I plan on finishing this out. Actually, that's going to be inside the ceiling, I think. I don't know how much pressure it really needs. Not sure if this is the best way to do this either, but we'll find out. wired in. That might be a problem. Hmm? Those are connected. That's maxed out. This is at 50 kPa, which is probably plenty. I do want that orange paint. Okay. that immediately worked. Why are you not cooking off? Well, maybe it is. It's cooling off very fast, though. Why is that cooling off? I guess it's because the furnace is cooling off really fast. Hmm. Well, that's hot enough that the volatiles in the oxide or oxygen should be burning off. Doesn't look like they are, though. Hey, Tess. Hope you're doing well today. Yes, you do. I'm aware of that. How you doing, Clint? Why is this pressure regulator not working? It's set to output to 50 kilopascals. And it's only outputting 206. It's not even outputting at all. 273 pascals.
Hydration critical.
Like to 100. Still hasn't changed. The volume pump is off, so it shouldn't be pulling anything out of this furnace here. So why is it not working? Why is this pressure regulator not filling this line? Oh, wait a minute. It's because there's no fuel in the line. What was that, Tez? I've seen an albino skunk, but not an albino deer. Now that's working. That's interesting. I pressurized the pipe to 100 kilopascals. The pressure in the furnace when I ignited it went up. But that didn't... It didn't ignite this in the fuel line. Which is unexpected. I don't really know what's going on with that. Let's go hydrate. That's not an ideal place for a deer to be hanging out. see what you did there, Clint. So let's see. Out. Not yet. But it's working on. And it's just not as hot as it's supposed to be. I don't think the ratio is correct for this to ignite the volatiles in there. Mm-hmm. That's hooked up now, at least. Really not. It's only 400 Celsius, which is just not great. I can't even smelt anything with that. Because this is going to be supplying my advanced furnace. And I'm not sure why it's losing heat, but I think it is. It's cooling off. Why are you losing heat? You're an insulated tank. Unless it's losing heat through the furnace. Let's seal this frame up. Let's see if that slows down the cooling. I'm sorry to hear that, Taz. This is still cooling off. Why is that? Sealing it up in a frame is not perfect insulation, but most of it's in the tank. Why is the tank cooling? It's insulated tanks. You should all have that problem. For example, this tank, 462 Celsius. It's not convecting or radiating any heat. This one isn't either. It's not losing it through the tank. Not losing it through the pipe. Yeah, it's this thing. The furnace is radiating heat. Which is okay. That's not a perfect insulated furnace. But the problem I think that I'm having is with the phase change update, they changed the volume of the pipes to be 1/10 of what they used to. And they changed the capacity of the volume pumps to be 1/10 of what it used to be. So now it takes longer to pump the hot gas out of this furnace. I send the fuel in, I ignite it, it's hot, I pump it out into the hot gas storage so that I can store that heat. And unfortunately what's happening is it takes so long to empty this furnace that it loses the heat. It radiates the heat from this furnace before I can get the hot gas pumped up. Alright, Tez. Well, be safe out there, man. Watch out where you sleep, because I know how sketchy it can get. Let's look at a turbo. Uses 600 watts. Heck. Hell, a regular volume pump's 200 watts. I didn't realize they were that expensive to run. Huh. Well, I don't know. Probably shouldn't be sitting here wasting my jetpack fuel though. I should get a logic memory. And that's what we're going to use to store our pressure target. Unfortunately, we got to pull everything out of this. Alright, we're gonna set that to. I think that's actually only 1 kilopascal. Might need to set that to 10,000 or something. Yeah, we'll see in a minute. See if I have something like this already. We'll look at this one and see. This is the wrong thing. My old code that used to do the same thing, but it managed all 3 tanks. This is controlling a basic furnace to ignite the fuel, right? Yeah. I mean, I guess I could set this up. Use this to control 2 tanks. Alright then. Need more steel frames. While that's making some frames, I'm going to grab something to drink. I will be right back. Okay, now I'm back. Convenient. That was really good timing. Power production's looking good. All our batteries are full. Even these are filling up. That's impressive. Okay, so we need the blue and purple paints as well. And then we're gonna take our spray gun because we're almost out of purple. Do we have another purple over here? No, we don't. Checking all my filters. It's more like, I mean, it's kind of got some of that, but it's more like Space Engineers with a little bit more crunch to the sci-fi. And a little more emphasis on bases. You can't build ships, you build bases. And it's got more like automation involved. So that's my hot side tank. I don't know if I have a... Yeah, I can pull up of it, I guess, if it... There's my orange paint. I did have orange paint. That's going to be my cold tank.
Suit damage.
Oh, what the Jesus? What the fuck? That's some bullshit right there. It split that stack. And Once my hands were full, instead of just dropping it, it damaged my suit and then dropped it. What the fuck, guys? Yeah. This game does have guns in it, but there's no real combat. There's some like sort of placeholder alien enemies that you have to manually spawn. The game is not without its bugs. It's still in early access, but what's here is very deep. I should go get 4 more consoles. No. I think we're gonna stack these. Come on. How did I do that before? Oh, wait. Maybe this will work? Don't you tell me what won't work. Gotta go get more cable. Luckily, I printed a whole bunch by accident earlier. They do work. All right. Let's look at this code again.
Hydration critical.
They've got hot tank, the waste tank, cold tank. The fuel pump, which is currently a pressure regulator. I should probably swap that out for a pump. And then the hot cooling pump and the cold filling pump. I'll come back to this. Let's hydrate. I think we're gonna leave that volume pump in there, just to make sure that it empties out what's in this. But it's not gonna be controlled by the IC. Well, maybe it is. Alright, so we got the 3 tanks. We got the fuel pump. Alright, so we have a I take the waste tank and we add it to the cooling tank with a volume pump. And then we've got a digital valve that goes to a cooling loop on that tank. Alright, so let's go get a digital valve first of all. And I need copper. Where's my copper? Yeah, we're gonna need a bunch of pipe radiators. 15 or 20 of these maybe? It's only stacked to 10. I think 20 might be enough. I don't know, man. It's rather early for a bird to be chirping, isn't it? got to go get some more. Don't think we're gonna need those purple pipes. We're gonna need more pipes in general. Oh, damn. And we need more pipes. Yes, sir. And I need even more pipes. I don't have any more insulated pipes over here. I got radiators I didn't know I had. I guess I should have checked here first. Whatever. Oh, I've run out of silicon. Well, that's not ideal. It's true. We do have more silicon. Because it lives down here in the storage. So the rum is not all gone. That's good to know. That was not a nugget of weed, no. That was some organic waste. Some potatoes I had that had gone bad. Not convinced those fans actually do any good, especially considering we're in a vacuum. Or a very near a vacuum. Yeah, that should do us for a little bit here. Organic waste bomb. Ugh. Alright, so that waste line's gonna go there, and that's going to feed the cold side. Okay, those are working. I am going to get an APC and a battery for this. Oh yeah. Yeah, those cables are special. For one thing, they are data and power. He was questioning the things in my refrigerator. You're both goofy. Where'd my battery go? Damn it. Rolled under that tank. Well, I am saving that for later. It's like you know, fertilizer. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. I want my power coming in. I think we're gonna do it up there. That's the friggin' input. Okay. Now that's isolated, has its own power controls. Put that up there for now. Alright, so now we need another tank, or another pump going from the waste tank to the hot tank. think I'm gonna move this tank. And we're naming this hot supply tank, right? Alright. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Let's get this wired in. Those are maxed out. Let's see. So we've got our hot side, our cold side, waste tank. We have our cooling loop for the cold side. We've got the cooling pump for the hot side, hot supply, fuel pump. I need to fix those.
Air tank low.
Okay. Let's go swap our tanks. What else did we need? Yep, that is the right hash for that. Evac pump, what are you? That's not a... It's not a volume pump, is it? No, it's not. Well, you don't have to do code. Trying to figure out what this hash code is here. It's being used to pump out hot gas from the furnace into the hot storage tank. Yeah. See, this is using a batch command, so it should turn on any pump. Or any device that has that hash code. Just can't figure out what that is. Turbo volume. Ah. Alright then.
Power low.
Let's go get us a turbo volume pump. And a battery first. Hmm.
Hydration critical.
Well, they're only nuclear in the figurative sense. They're not really nuclear. It did. It's all true. Okay, that's mixed up. I might do an IC chip for the suit eventually. But so far I haven't really had a real need for one, so I'm just gonna let it slide. So these chips, so the code that I'm working on here is to control this system, and that code is going to go on this chip right here. But you can also put those chips in other things, like, for example, the suit that I'm wearing. It has a slot for a chip. And some other devices also have those, such as these atmospherics units. They have a place where you can plug in chips there. So you can control them with the MIPS code. So let's see what else we're missing. I think we actually have everything that we need. Except we need the furnace so that we can bring the hot gas in and then send it to the waste tank and then have the waste tank have the waste tank then go feed the cool tank. The suit chip does basically whatever you tell it to do, right? you have these. Like, here's my hard suit, right? This is the type of suit that I'm currently wearing. It has these slots, which are where devices can go. And it also has these logic properties. And you can read and write to these various properties. So, like, I can read how fast I'm moving or where I'm at, or what setting I have the temperatures, the internal suit temperature set to, a ratio of different gases inside the suit, what the pressure outside the suit is. So you could, for example, say, all right, what's the external pressure? And if it's above a certain amount, open the mask. Or if it's, if you've got pollutant in your helmet, say, which I probably do, because there's a little bit of pollutant in my little hab there. And when I open my helmet, that pollutant gets in the helmet. I don't have any filters to remove pollutant in my suit. So the only thing that gets pulled out is CO2 and a little bit of O2 that it uses, sends it to the waste tank for cooling purposes. So without a pollutant filter in my suit, my helmet is going to have pollutant in it. I could have it read the amount of pollutant inside my suit and then flush my helmet if it's greater than 0. Just, as a example of the sort of thing you could do. Yeah, you can set it up to automatically turn the suit on and off and open the helmet if you're in a safe place, but I'm not sure. Like, you can check the external pressure and you can check the ratio of, say, carbon dioxide, but I don't know if that's the ratio inside the suit or outside of the suit. Because you've got external pressure and internal pressure, and external temperature and internal temperature. But I don't know, like, if you read the ratio nitrogen, is that inside the suit or is that what's outside the suit? But with me being on the moon, if the pressure is greater than, say, I don't know, 60 kilopascals, then chances are I'm in a breathable environment, because the only place that has that level of pressure in my base is the place where it's safe to open the helmet. But what I'm doing right now is this chip is going to control these up here. And it's try to keep a certain amount of hot gas in this tank. It's going to try to keep a certain amount of cold gas in this tank. This is the waste tank that the furnace is going to feed into. If the temperature in the cold tank is a certain, open this valve to let that gas get into the cooling array. If this is needing more hot gas, it's going to feed fuel into this furnace here and ignite it and then pump it out into that tank. And then later, once we have this furnace built, then we're going to use a mixture of the cold gas and the hot gas to control the pressure and temperature in the advanced furnace, rather than injecting fuel into the furnace and trying not to blow ourselves up again. This is the kind of furnace build that I used in my last Let's Play series, and it worked pretty well. The thermodynamics update changed things where you lose temperature over time out of your furnaces, even if they're inside of a wall. But anyway, it's still a pretty good system. I got it from Cows Are Evil on his YouTube stuff, which I highly recommend if you're into Stationeers. Cows Are Evil is excellent. But he didn't invent the furnace design. Apparently, he saw it somewhere else, and I can't remember where he said he saw it. But it's a cool system, and it works good. I think what we're going to do is we're going to come over here to this furnace, and we're going to go ahead and tear it down. And we've got some hot gas stored up in there that we'll hang on. Whoa. Damaged by an overpressure event. What fucking pressure is in there? It's only 33 megapascals. Why are you damaged? There must have been, it's got nitrous oxide in there. There must have been some volatiles that got in that tank and ignited with the nitrous or something. I don't know. Either way, that's not really great. I think we're going to install the furnace here. I don't think I want it right beside that. I think I want it here. All right. That's pretty cool, Angel. I'm hoping to kind of compartmentalize the base that I'm going to be building once I get actually working on the base proper. Is I want to like compartmentalize it so that it can do things like, if this section depressurizes, like shut bulkhead doors and things like that. And set up some like override systems and stuff where if you're trapped in one of these places, you can get to a suit and override the bulkhead being closed. Alright, so this is here so that we have room for the control panel here, which will come later. But right now what we need 2 more volume pumps. We got the input and the output. So then the hot gas is going to input from this side. Cool. Yeah, I like having service areas too. I'll probably have some what do you call them? Like Jeffrey's tubes, that sort of thing. All right, both of those are set to 5 liters, which is half of what this can hold. It's 10-liter capacity. Because we don't want to blow up that pipe. That means that if both of these are turned on, it'll be 10 liters per tick. This pipe will be full in 1 tick. And then the furnace can pull that easily. The rest of this needs to go into the waste tank. Oh, that's not gonna work. Gotta get a wire in there. Is what a pressure rig. These are volume pumps. These two here, and then there's big volume pumps in the furnace that are part of it. That's gonna. No, it's not. Okay. Now this is also going to need to be connected to the waistline going over there. This basically going to be a safety overflow. Once the tank gets to a certain amount, we want to be able to vent it down to the rest of the waste system. So these two volume pumps will be turned on or off by IC controls. So they, unless I do something stupid, they won't be turned on unless the input pump on the furnace is turned on. In theory.
Hydration critical.
I'm gonna need a bunch more pipe. I gotta get the hot gas down here. I'm using more pipe than I had been, because in the last build like this, the furnace was built in the wall like this, but the tanks that I was pulling from were actually just on the other side of the wall, or outside. But that's okay. The silicon here. We'll let that build some pipes while we go get some water. The nitrous oxide. That's a sporty way of doing things. Never messed with it myself. I'll blow myself up too easily otherwise. I'll put these in there actually. Yes, it is. Absolutely. And I mean, you know, you can make an argument that it's more efficient because it's hotter faster, but I don't trust myself not to blow everything up. Definitely think we've got our power situation sorted out. We got plenty of power stored up. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of having this furnace here. If it goes up, I'm gonna lose all of this stuff. Probably gonna damage that. And then there, of course, there's the storage down below, but I think the storage is maybe far enough away. I don't know. It also depends on how bad the explosion is, right? Yeah, that's the fun part. Absolutely. Yep. That's one thing I really like about this game is how there's so many different ways to solve a different problem. It's like, oh, I need oxygen in my base. Well, I can go and grab a chunk of bauxite and melt it inside my base. Or I can filter oxygen out of different waste gases and collect the oxygen. Or I can, you know, have pressure regulators and a certain mixture of oxygen and nitrogen, so on and so forth. There's not just one way to do things. And you can go into a lot of depth or not as you choose.
Raiding party! Being rushed.
Hey, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. So, what were you playing? Let's get us a shout out here.
Raiding party! Being rushed.
Did I just get that guy? Nope, I didn't. That was the most amazing shot of my life.
Did you knock him down?
I think I did. Clip it!
Respect the bow, though. At least it's not a shotgun, like his teammate was using. And my teammate was using. Respect the bow, though.
It was free. What am I saying?
I see you, Jude. I see you, Jude.
This needs a volume. Things are going good. By the way, thank you both again for the raid. I greatly appreciate that. Very cool. I am currently working on my newest way to blow myself up. My new advanced furnace build.
No, God!
Yeah.
No, God, please, no! 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 No!
I have almost got this finished. I just need to put a pump in there and wire in some controls here. Yeah. Let's go get us a volume pump. Oh. Yeah, that'll work.
2 hours later.
For anyone who's unfamiliar with Stationeers, this is Stationeers. You build. I'm on the moon, but there are several different planets. Europa, Mars, Venus, lots of other places. And it's kind of it's similar to Space Engineers, but instead of building ships, you're building bases, and the focus is on bases, and the science is a little more sciencey, and the sci-fi is a little more crunchy. Not your anus, but maybe someone else's. It does a lot of atmospheric modeling and physics and things like that. So it's a fairly sciencey game. Well, you can build rockets that do automatic mining, and there's also a rocket that you can use to basically start a new game on a different planet, but with whatever gear you bring with you, although I think that's not currently working. And there used to be a thing called a mothership. I don't know what happened with that. I don't think that's something they're going to finish adding. But I don't know, the game's still in early access, has been for a long time, but they have a lot of regular updates. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Also has a lot of automation stuff too. Like all of this stuff is going to be controlled by, it's going to be written to this chip right here. This hit early access in 2017, I think. I can't remember when Satisfactory hit early access. Let's get this pump wired in. I think we're gonna come underneath it. Now, this pump is only going to be used to pull excess pressure off of this tank and send it to our main waste system over there. And it's not going to be controlled by this chip. And I don't think I need this memory chip here either. Yeah, so this was Dean Hall, who worked on DayZ. This was a long-term project that he had been. It's like his dream game, right? Like we all want to build our dream game. And after he went back to New Zealand, after working on DayZ standalone or whatever it was called, his work visa expired. He goes back to New Zealand. He starts up Rocketworks, which is the company that makes this. They also make Icarus, which is another survival crafting sci-fi game. But significantly different. But anyway, this is kind of his baby, his pet project. He wanted something that was science heavy and, like realistic, I guess. And this is fairly realistic. It's pretty hard sci-fi. It's not, it's not like Star Wars, it's not science fantasy. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just, this leans more toward the science side of sci-fi. All right, so we need to get power to this furnace and these two pumps because we need to be able to control them. But they are not going to be a part of this circuit. I think we're going to go ahead and grab another APC to separate them out. And that means we're going to need this stuff too.
Hydration critical.
There's my steel. There's some gold. Uh-oh. Why did that not... Oh, because I put it back in there. That's why it was in there. I have no copper. Crap. Oh, I know where to look for some copper. Get this other stuff put back away. Go hydrate. Okay. Let's check our storage system and see if we've got some copper down there. Because the deep miner's been running for quite a while. That'll do me. That system's all automated, so it's mining and smelting small amounts, but over time. Okay, we need this power controller. Don't roll under there. Oh, well, okay. What did we need? Iron and solder. There's my solder.
Waste tank caution.
Alright, that'll cut off once it builds that one. What happened to this thing? Why is this damaged? When did this get damaged? Is that from when the furnace blew up the other day? What's going on here? Strange. We're gonna go deal with that though. Here's what we're gonna do. Pull that tank out. Here. I think that's one of those things that just repaired by rebuilding it. Yeah. And that's working. We are getting a little low on O2. A little low on nitrogen as well. We only need to go get some more oxide and maybe some nitrous. Okay, what are we doing? Oh yeah, power over here. I think this will work. Gonna have to thread the needle here. Alright, so now both of these are powered from power going in here. Comes off of this transformer this APC supplies the arc furnace back here. And then the transformer to... Oh, that powers the arc furnace. This APC powers the rest of the building, I guess. Probably don't need to do it that way. Well, maybe it's alright. So we're going to use this one to power the furnace and its attendant equipment once that comes along. Can't come down there. What do we have back here? I should be color coding these wires probably, but don't think I'm gonna fool with it right now. We got to get power to that other pump. What does that do? Network color mod. Sounds useful. Alright, so that has power. Oops. I need to do some logic O's over here. I do. Oh, that does sound very useful. That's the sort of mod I think would be smart to roll into the main actual game. need one more. Alright, so we're going to use these to turn those pumps on back there. Alright, so right now we have nothing in there. Pumps are off. Set the input to 20 liters, say. Turn the hot gas on. Did it turn on? It did turn on. No, we don't have anything in that hot tank though. But that's alright. Now we back all this up. Everything's turned off. That's empty. The first thing we want to do is we want to get some hot gas in that tank. Now we're not using the IC to control this. We're just going to manually turn this stuff on and off for a little bit. Turn this fuel pump on for a bit. Turn it off. Then we've got fuel mix in there. Alright, Viral, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it very much. Thanks for hanging out. Alright, so now we're getting hot gas in this tank. It's emptying the furnace. It didn't ignite all of the fuel for some reason. But it's hot enough that it should ignite in the tank. It should be burning off. Maybe it is. Maybe not. Yeah, man. I hope you have a good night. Alright, so we're going to let it empty this out, and then we're going to put a little more fuel in there. Because this isn't nowhere near as much hot gas as we're going to need. We're going to need a lot. Turbo pump. Oh, it's turned off. Haha. Now it's emptying out. I need to refill my drink. Right. I think that's empty enough. Turn this on. There's some more fuel in there. It's still not holding temperature like I want it to. We are pumping it out pretty quick though. How much we got? Still not a lot, of course. A lot more volume in that. Let's take a look at the furnace. And see what kind of options we have for turn the input up. Turn the hot gas pump on. We're getting pressure in there. It's not hot enough to smelt, say, steel, but
Hydration critical.
turn this pump off, make sure it is off. Yes, it is. Turn off the input pump. And we'll pump this stuff out to the waste tank. Hmm. So we can send a little of that over here. This probably needs a return pump to empty it out. Otherwise, this stuff might get too cold and freeze. Yeah, that's not ideal. Let's volume pump. We're not even gonna name that, I don't think. Well, there. I guess we'd better go get some water. Huffing and puffing like that. We are coming up on the 6-hour mark. So we're possibly going to wrap this up in the next little bit, but I would like to get that code written to the chip and see if I can get our gas reserves built up over there. Not quite enough CO2 in here. But I think it'll be alright. Okay, so that's 138 Celsius. Why? That's cooling off much more rapidly. And this waste tank is not completely empty yet. Yeah, that's working. Yeah, let's look at our code one more time and make sure we've got everything we need installed. We have the 3 tanks, fuel pump, pump to pump waste into the hot tank to cool that to the target if we need to. Pump to fill the cold side. I just turned off. Digital valve, furnace, and the turbo pump. Maximum temperature, which I think I'm going to bump up. Minimum temperature 500 Kelvin, which is still hot, but it's for the cold side. It's a relative term. We're going to shoot for 20 megapascals in both tanks. This should work. Let's grab our chip. Alright, we should get errors. Yes. Now we set up our devices. Hot tank. Now, have 3 different things that are named. We'll rename those briefly. And that will help us get these correct. Alright, I think that's right. They're at line 43. There we go. Okay. It should be trying to fill this. Oh, we may be out of fuel. No, still got fuel. I get the fuel mixer turned back on. Got it set to 150. Oh, we'll let it increase the fuel. We do have plenty of fuel though, so. Well, I say plenty of fuel. Guess that really depends on how much fuel it takes to run all this. It's not building pressure very fast. Temperature's up there pretty good. I think what we're going to do is we're going to turn up our output all the way on the furnace. Turn up our input so that it is a safe amount. We're going to start inputting the hot gas into this and then just sending it up to the waste tank. Because it should be trying to fill this. Yeah, that pump is on. This should turn on too soon. Yep, there it goes. It's not trying to cool this, so, because that's not where it needs to be anyway. Is that igniting? I guess it is. It's just not burning at all. It's keeping that segment of pipe empty though. Fuel supply's not going to be able to keep up, I don't think. Especially with our oxygen running short. We don't have just a whole lot of volatiles either. How much do we have here? 25 kilopascals, right? Probably gonna run out of fuel before we get where we need to be with these tanks. think we're gonna have to solve the ice problem. We're gonna have to work out a way to melt the ice in bulk and get it into our storage. Because we need to be able to gather large amounts of oxygen and volatiles for fuel. But so far this seems to be working as intended. I just don't have enough fuel stockpiled to get the amount of hot gas that we need. Yeah, man. Just kind of organizing this stuff. All right. I mean, that's got 1,000 C there. All right, let's turn off that input pump there. Let this vent itself down. Pretty sure that's going to just continue to empty that waste tank into the cold tank until the cold tank reaches its target, which I think is 20 megapascals. I'm not sure. But that's all right. Okay, so once this is empty, which it will be in just a moment. Let's do an experiment. I'm gonna go out here and grab some coal and iron. Ooh.
Hydration critical.
Before I do that, I guess I better go hydrate. But what we'll do is we'll go out, grab some coal and some iron, and then come back and see if we can make steel in the furnace, which I think we should be able to. They were gonna grab gold and silver too and see if we can do some electrum. Electrum's not super hard to do. But it is a little bit fiddly, so we're gonna see. On, turn that on, get a little heat in there, turn that back off. Or, you know, processing. Wow. Okay, turn that back on again, I guess. This should be cake making steel. Temperature's cold right now. We have all the stuff we need for steel. Turn that off. Vent it down so we can get the hot gas back in here. Alright, that's close enough. Input is still on. Turn the hot input pump on. Temperature is still coming up. It's really struggling. It's just not hot enough. Why is it so underperforming on the heat? Okay. Just isn't getting any hotter. Alright, man. Thanks for hanging out, Clint. Hope you sleep well. Why is this 4 Celsius and this is 1,000 Celsius? It's stuff coming in to there. Alright. Have a good night. Getting low on fuel. But that's hot. That tank has hot gas in it. This is pulling it to it. It's 1,000 degrees right there. It's nothing there. Okay, increasing the speed of that volume pump helps some. Still only 450 Celsius. Why is this 1,000 degrees? The output's completely off. But it won't get hot. Where's the other 500 degrees that are in this pipe? That is puzzling. Well, I think we're gonna have to revisit this one. Don't know. Turn that off. As soon as I turn that off, this precipitously drops in temperature. Let's close this frame up. That isn't really slowing it down. Slowly climbing back up when I turn this back on. It's still not getting anywhere close to the 1,000 degrees. We'll save those for later. This is sort of strange behavior because, I mean, if we look at this, there's 1,000 degrees Celsius in that pipe. This pipe is empty because the furnace is pulling it in immediately, but it's only 400 degrees Celsius. Wait. Is that the right? Let's turn that off. That's input. So that is correct. But I can't get enough through there. 600 degrees Celsius is missing from the furnace. I'm not sure what's going on here. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I think what we're gonna do. Hey, Blackbird. I think we are going to turn that pump off. We're gonna vent this down. Just leave that on because there's nothing in this pipe. This should still be trying to pressurize and heat the hot side tank. And the waste tank should be sending stuff to the cold side. Yes, it is. So this appears to be working as intended. What's not working as intended is really just this right here. We have to revisit how this is done because maybe there's something in the phase change update that's affecting this. Possibly just the volume of these pipes. Gotta start somewhere. I've got 1,000 hours in this. I've been playing it since not long after it hit early access. So I have the benefit of experience. But if you stick with it, climb that learning curve, you can do so much with it. But I think I'm about to call it here. And then we'll be back next Wednesday, 11 p.m. U.S. Eastern, as the usual time. Even though yesterday I thought was Wednesday and went live on Tuesday. So there's 2 episodes this week. And of course this will be going over to YouTube. If you missed yesterday's episode, that's going to be uploaded as well as tonight's, just like all the others. But anyway, yeah, I don't know what's going on with this. I don't know why my furnace is not getting hot enough, but yeah. We're going to shut it all down. Next week we'll try and figure that out. At least this week we've got our supply gases sorted. We've got some sort of weird bug with our storage down here, of course. Maybe we'll figure out what's going on with that. But that's not an urgent matter.
Air tank low.
Yeah, Blackbird, you got to keep at it. You know, that's the only way to get better and learn.
Hydration critical.
Oh, So we better change our tanks out and have us a sip. We're gonna have to get more O2 going soon. But anyway, for tonight, I think that's probably it. We'll head in here and get us a drink, have us a baked potato, and then find somebody to raid out to. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with doing that. A lot of people really just prefer to play without food and water situation. I like that it kind of gives you a bit of a purpose for producing those things. But some people just want to, you know, build. They don't want to worry about those things, and that's perfectly fine. Anyway, again, we'll be back next Wednesday night, 11 p.m. U.S. Eastern. And for now, gonna look and see who else is playing Stationeers, or maybe find a friend to raid out to. Okay, let's see. Well, we're the only English language satisfactory or Stationeers player right now. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to hit up Mr. Jamjar. He is playing Minecraft. Mr. Jamjar is a nifty Scottish friend of mine. You will like him. He is very cool. And I hope you will drop him a follow when you drop in. And thanks to Viral Downfall and Classic Juge for the raids earlier. That is much appreciated as well. And thanks to everyone who's hung out. We'll see you next week.